Welcome to this cat eyes tutorial where I am going to take you step by step through the drawing process to learn how to draw cat eyes and some fur. If you haven't already downloaded the reference photo and drawn your sketch, I suggest you do before you proceed further because we will not be covering the drawing sketch in this video. The drawing is done on Strathmore colored pencil paper and has been cut to a 2.5 by 6 inch size. Let's begin this drawing. The first thing you're going to do is take a black colored pencil, and this is with a relatively sharp tip so that you can get precise coordination of where you apply this black colored pencil, because when you're working on areas of eyes on animals, that is really important that you get these details to be exactly as they are, because you can kind of get away with not making things as accurate with the fur or anywhere else on an animal. But the eyes really are kind of the telltale area of whether something's going to look realistic or it isn't, because it just doesn't look right. We're also going to take that black colored pencil and frame around the eye and get the skin that is around the eyes of the cat. When you're drawing these lines around the eyes, it's really important to try and get them as accurate and as much of a smooth curve as possible. If you make jagged lines or cut off a little bit too much in one area, it's going to make the eyes look lopsided. So pause this tutorial if you have to. Take your time to try and get this to look right, and apply your first layer pretty light. Don't do a super heavy layer and push really hard right now, because you want to be able to come back over it and erase if you've messed anything up. And it's pretty hard to erase colored pencil when you've applied more than a light layer. Now you're going to take Def Blue and add a little bit of this in the corners of the eye. It's okay to put this lighter color over the black just because the black isn't put on in such a thick layer. So you're of course going to see it, and you'll see it when you blend it out as well. And you want to carry this Def Blue into the area of the eyelid underneath the eye as well. It is a little bit hard to tell from what you're seeing in the reference photo on the screen of the video because the reference photo from where the camera is sitting and looking at the screen of my tablet, it kind of interferes with the colors just a little bit and makes some of those darker colors pop out way more. It makes it a little bit more saturated than it is. So I can see in person that there's more purple going on than what you're seeing on screen. So when you add your colors into your drawing through this drawing process, pay attention to the reference photo. Download that reference photo that I've provided for the tutorial and pay attention to where the colors are, because that is what you should be looking at to judge exactly what colors you should be using. I am acting merely as the guide to where you should put them, how much, and what techniques to use to get them to look a certain way. Now you're going to take a number 1 brush with some odorless mineral spirits on it, dip it in the container, and wipe the brush 2 or 3 times on a paper towel in a circular motion. When you're using your brushes to blend with, you need to take care of your brushes. Even if what you're using may kind of be junk brushes, which that's what mine are, but I still take care of them. You want to make sure that you take good care of them, so when you run your brush along a paper towel, you want to create circular motions because that helps keep the bristles in a good straight point and line. If you were to go back and forth and put pressure on it, you'll end up pushing those bristles out from where they are attached in the barrel, and over time you'll end up damaging your brush and pushing those bristles out into kind of like a starfish pattern, and you don't want to do that. So take care of your brushes, don't push too hard, and just lightly turn them around in circular motion when you wipe off the solvent from your brush. Then once you wipe off all of the solvent, move over to applying it to your paper and go over it very, very gently. Don't push too hard, and you definitely, with working on the areas of these eyes, you want to make sure that you retain having precision accuracy. You don't want to blend the color off into an area where it shouldn't be, because you're going to make it harder for yourself. What the solvent is doing is dissolving the pigments into the paper. So it's taking away the waxes and it's breaking down the oils in the colored pencil and allowing those pigments to settle into the paper. So once you blend your colors into the paper, it's a lot harder to erase it off than it would have been had you not blended it with solvent. So in the areas around the eyes, especially the eyes of this cat. Some other animals you could kind of get away with being a little sloppy, but because it's a cat and these eyes are yellow and green, they're really light colored. And so you definitely don't want to bleed this black as you blend it into areas where it shouldn't be. So now what I'm doing is I'm taking my yellows and holding them over the reference photo so I can kind of judge and pick what colors I think that I should choose for the yellow part of the eyes of this cat. So the first layer that you're going to put down is a cream. And you want to go with cream because you always want to start with the lightest color that you're seeing in the area that you're going to be working on. So in that reference photo, you're going to notice that this left side of the eye is a lot lighter of a color. And when you apply the cream, you don't want to press too hard because you don't want to burnish this color into the paper. You can always come back over it and darken it later. The goal is to get the lightest color that you're seeing in there to begin with so that you can work over it with other colors after. Now you're going to take cadmium yellow, which is not a super light yellow, but it is lighter and has much less red in it than the other yellows, and it's definitely not quite as dark as the other ones in the set if you're using a Faber-Castell set. You want to apply a layer of this over the eye and focus this on the areas that are darker. Don't worry about the other colors that are going on in this eye. What you want to focus on is just this particular darker yellow color, and you're going to add the colored pencil in every part where you see this darker yellow color. So even on the parts where it looks like there's a little bit brown and red going on in the lower section of the eye, right underneath the pupil, you want to apply this there too, because we're going to come back over that later with the darker colors, but you want to make sure that you have this darker yellow in there first. And one thing to note when you're drawing eye details on this cat, and as well as any other animal that you're working on a more close-up shot of them and you can see the details of the eyes, you will always want to make sure that you are drawing your strokes from the center of the pupil out towards the outer edge of the eye. And you need to draw every single one of your strokes around the whole eye like this. And think of it as a clock. You start from the center and draw it out in either horizontal or vertical ways, depending on where it came from, and out towards the eye. That way you keep the details of the iris going at all times, and if there's a chance that any more of this detail pops up in your drawing, it's going to look realistic instead of unrealistic if you ended up doing strokes that weren't in the direction of the iris patterns. Now you're going to take light ultramarine and add this in there in the areas that are on the closest part of the upper iris, right next to the pupil. And you want to do the light ultramarine because there is blue in there, although it does look green to you. Starting off with a blue layer isn't going to hurt anything, and it's going to help you get some of that green color because we already have yellow down already. However, we will be using a green color for this as well, but for right now we're using the light ultramarine to add a little bit of this in there first. So after adding that light layer of the light ultramarine, now we're going to use dark phthalo green. This green is a little bit more on the teal side. So out of all the greens in the set, this is the one where it starts to taper off into looking teal and then to blue, of course. And drawing this in there, you don't have to be so exact on where you put it, because realistically all animals have different eyes and each cat has different eyes. So if you mess up in here and add some of this green where it really shouldn't be, as long as it's within the circular area of the iris, or sorry, not iris, pupil, it's not going to matter. It's going to look fine and it's going to look realistic, because there's all kinds of variations with eyes. So just worry about trying to get these strokes in the right direction, as said before, from the center of the pupil or wherever you drew your stroke. Wherever you started that stroke, you need to finish it out by pulling it in a straight line out towards the outer edge of the eye. Another thing to note, when you're adding your strokes in there and you start using colors on the eyes, we're not in the light colors anymore, so it doesn't matter if you add a little bit too much. When you start adding some of the medium tones to the darker tones of colors, you want to go light. It's always okay to come back over later if you need more of that color, but you definitely want to add your first couple of layers light so that you don't end up adding too much, because at this point we've already got a bunch of layers down on the bottom to begin with. So if we add too much of this color in there, yeah, we can kind of tweak it a little bit and maybe change the colors of the eyes. But if you add too much of it in a broad spectrum area, then you're going to have to come through and erase all of that and then redo your layers underneath. So that's going to cost you a lot of time and effort, and it's going to make you want to pull your hair out once you realize you've messed up and have to go back over it and try to redo it again. So it's always just easier if you do less with each layer to begin with and add more in increments. Now we're going to take that light ultramarine again and add a little bit more of this into it, because what the light ultramarine is going to do is make the green that we've already got going on a little bit darker in some areas. So now you're going to take the Coolgrey 4 and add this in towards the bottom part of the pupil and the start of the bottom part of the iris. And make sure you always do your strokes from where you start the stroke and pull out towards the outer part of the eye. And when you're adding this in there, of course, as always, less is more. Don't worry about how much you're applying at this point. You're just trying to get it in the areas that you're seeing this color and get those down first. And then you're going to look at your reference photo again and try to distinguish exactly how much more you're seeing in those specific areas that you've already applied it and where you need to add more of it. As you're working this light, well, it's not really light, it's one of the darker grays, but when you're adding this Coolgrey 4 in there on the lower section, I cannot talk, on the lower section of the eyeball, you're going to notice that it is kind of tapered off. There's a little bit of a gradient on the bottom corner of the eye and the bottom corner of the inner eye, both the exterior part of the eye and the inner eye. And so you want to take this Coolgrey and apply a little bit of that to those areas. Now you're going to take walnut brown. You could also use Van Dyke brown if you have that one. It works as well, as the walnut brown and Van Dyke brown really aren't that much different when you're not applying a whole lot of that color. So you want to apply this to the bottom sections of the eye because that is where the brown is showing up. Now you're going to take dark cadmium orange and add some of the blood vein details of the eye. And it's okay that this color is a little bit lighter than what you think, because really in some parts there's more of this orangey color showing up, and then other parts it's not. So you can go over it later and darken the areas up that should be darker instead of lighter. Now you're going to take Warm Gray 5 and start applying a little bit of this into the eye as well. And focus this in the areas where you're seeing it's darker. because it isn't just partly the cool grays that are there, it is also a warm gray color. So the difference between the warm gray and cool gray is the cool grays have colors of blue in them. And the warm grays have colors of yellow and browns in them that make them kind of more of a warm color. So with these eyes, they're already kind of on the warm spectrum as it is because there's a lot of yellow. So any shadows that you're going to be applying to something of this color, like this cat's eyes, for example, something that is yellow, you're going to want to use your warm grays to create these shadows and the shading of this subject, or in this case the eyes, as you're drawing, instead of using a cool color for it. So now you're going to take the cadmium yellow again and come back through and redarken some of those yellow areas, because we have gotten to a point where we've got enough of the kind of darker areas of the eye in. So now we can see how dark the yellow needs to be in the sections of the eye that it's in. Now that the blacks have completely dried from using them with solvent earlier, you want to wait 15 minutes for them to dry so that you don't go over and add any more layers on top and damage your paper. Because if you damage your paper, then you can't add anything on top at all. So now what I have done is I have sharpened the tip of my pencil using the sanded paper, so that way I can get precision lines on exactly where this needs to be. Because if anything, the more important step in adding black to the eyes is the last couple of layers, where your pencil needs to be the sharpest it can possibly be. That is going to be really important in making sure you get all of these details exactly how they should be. And one of the ways you can save yourself from your hand hurting is don't worry about trying to apply a lot of pressure to try and get a lot of this colored pencil down on the paper. And not only that, but applying a lot of pressure to do that to try and get exact details, you're going to run the risk of messing up, because if your hand slips, you've got a lot of pressure going down into it, so it's going to drag that out into other areas you don't want it to be. So what you need to do is try to apply the pencil very gently. Go over it multiple times. Pay attention to how you're drawing your stroke and use kind of like muscle memory to draw one stroke and immediately go back over it and then maybe back over it a third time. This way you're getting a double application of the line that you're trying to draw or stroke, instead of applying a lot of pressure to get that amount of colored pencil to the paper. So now that we've got all of that black added into the left eye, we're going to take the dark phthalo green and add some of that into the bottom corner of the eye, because if you look at the reference photo, you'll notice that it isn't quite just gray. We added in the warm grays and it's still kind of missing something. And what you're seeing is it's missing green. So what you want to do is you take that green and add a little bit of that down in the corner of the eyes. And when you're applying this to this area, you'll notice that there aren't any harsh strokes to the iris. This is kind of the end of the eyeball to where it goes to the back of the eyeball of the cat. So this area is really, really smooth. When you're applying your strokes to this area, you want to try and do them in little tiny circles. So that way there is no harsh strokes at all and you're getting kind of an even application. Now you're going to take that black colored pencil and carry it through into the right eye. So we're going to go through and try to get all of the black in this right eye like we did with the left eye with the first layer. We're going to blend it out and allow it to dry while we go work in another area. So with this eye, if you'll notice from the reference photo, pay attention to that reference photo a lot, because you can watch me and learn from me, but it's one thing to be studying a reference photo and trying to draw from that, because you're going to notice things in that reference photo that you're not going to see on screen with the view that you have with my tablet. As I said before, the colors are kind of off. And so if you'll notice on this eye, there's a little bit of like a reflection glare. Like whoever took the photo, there must have been a table behind them or something, a white table. So there's a reflection there, and it's halfway through the pupil. And what you can't really see from what you're seeing on the screen of this video is that there's a little bit of a blue haze in that lower section of the pupil. So I am trying to incorporate that into the drawing by adding indianthrene blue. Then you're also going to want to add a little bit of the indianthrene blue in the apex of the eye, which is the inner corner. There's a little bit of a blue color there, so add a little bit of that there as well. And then later we're going to blend all of this out. Now you're going to take a number 1 round brush with solvent, and you're going to blend this out. And as before with the other eye, try to keep that point of the paintbrush as sharp or as much to a point as possible. So make sure you keep enough solvent on the brush, because as soon as the brush starts to run out of solvent, the bristles are going to kind of flare out. They're not going to come to a point. So make sure you always keep enough solvent on your brush so that you can get precision application of this blending going on. Now with this eye, as we did before, we're going to start off with the cream and get a good layer of this down. And you want to carry this cream all the way up into the upper section of the eye as well, because this yellow color is showing through. How green is created is through yellow and blue. So there is this cream color that is going to be underneath the green part of the eyes on the upper section. Now you're going to take a dark phthalo green to this eye as well as you did on the other eye. With this eye though, there is a lot more green, so this is going to take a little bit more of the color that we're going to apply. And as you're working in the details of the eye, try to pay particular attention when you add the first layers of this green. Pay particular attention to the details that you're seeing in the iris, where some of those little patterns are, so that some areas are lighter and some are darker. So apply this green in the areas that you're seeing it the darkest. Try and get those details in there, and then you're going to come back through later and add more on top to just kind of re-highlight how dark they should be, and then you're going to work in the lighter areas and apply the green there in a lighter aspect instead of trying to apply and darken it. So now with this eye, because it's kind of more on the shadow, I know it's kind of hard to tell with that reference photo, but if you'll notice that the way the reflection is, where the reflection is on the left eye, it's kind of way more off on the outer part of the pupil, and it's larger. Well, it's not really larger. I guess that both the reflections are the same, but what's larger is the highlights, so it's a lot lighter than the other one. And if you'll notice, looking at the yellow parts of the eyes in comparison from one eye to the other, one eye is a little bit darker and one eye is a little bit lighter. And that's not because the cat's eyes are different. That's because the light is actually coming from the left of the cat. It's not a harsh light, it's just slight. So with this eye, instead of using the cool gray, we're just going to go straight into using the warm gray 5 to add in some of the shadow details on the lower part of the iris. Now you're going to take that cadmium yellow and do the same as you did on the other eye and add this into the areas where there's a darker yellow color. And so for this eye, I decided that the cadmium yellow just wasn't quite dark enough and had enough of a red-orange color going on. So I swapped that one out, as you should too, with using the dark Naples ochre instead. And this is going to more closely resemble the color that is going on in the right eye. Now you're going to take that dark cadmium orange and add in some of the veins on this eye. On the right eye, there's more veins going on than the left eye. Now you're going to want to swap out that orange for the sanguine color. And this is kind of more of a darker orangey burnt red color. And this is going to be a darker version that's going to more closely resemble the darker areas of the veins on the eyes, where we've been using the orange before. Now we're going to switch to using this darker color to kind of add in some of the darker tones into these veins. So now you're going to take that warm gray 5 and go back through and kind of re-darken some of the shadowy areas in this part of the iris right next to the pupil. Now you're going to take that dark phthalo green and start darkening up some of the areas of the eye, because as you'll notice with the reference photo, that there really isn't enough green on this eye that you're seeing on the reference photo. So now you're going to take the light ultramarine and add a little bit of this over the eye, kind of central in the middle horizontal area, because of the reflection that you're seeing in the eye. Now you're going to take a white colored pencil. You don't have to use the luminance that I'm using. I prefer using luminance because it is wax based and not oil based like the Faber-Castell, so you can get away with using less of it and it just overlays easier with the colors that you've already got down because it's more opaque, whereas the Faber-Castell white is a little more translucent. So you can use the Faber-Castell white if that's what you're using, a Faber-Castell set, or use whichever white that you happen to have. And you're going to add a little bit of this over the top in the central part of the eye where you can see that there is a reflection of like a table or something in the background. One of the keys to making eyes looking realistic is trying to get all of the reflections and getting them precise enough that they look realistic. You don't have to get them exactly perfect, but you definitely want to make sure you get the values accurate, because if you don't, that's what's going to throw it off and not make it look so realistic. Taking that light ultramarine again and adding just a little bit of that into the eye And then we're gonna go over it with the Warm Gray 5 again and just kind of retouch up some of the shadows that are going on in this eye. Now you're going to take earth green yellowish. And this is a lighter green color than the other green. And this green has more yellow in it than it does blue. And so with this green, you're going to want to apply it to the other areas of the eye that has a little bit more of a lighter green color instead of a darker green. Taking that Warm Gray 5 to touch up some of these shadows again. And I'm also going to carry this through into the other eye just to make sure that I have some of the values accurate over there as well. If I need to make any changes, this is when I'm going to do them, because now I kind of want to make sure I'm getting both of these eyes done before I begin work on the fur. At this point, it's definitely been long enough between when we finished blending out the first layer of black on the right eye. So now I'm going to take a black colored pencil and go through and add in the second layer to the blacks of the eye. And as you're doing this, you want to make sure that you have a very, very sharp tip for this, because you want to make sure you're getting precision application and no sloppy and big lines where there don't need to be, because that is going to throw off the realism of the eyes. The eyes are the focal point of the drawing. If with any drawing that you're drawing of an animal, the eyes are always the focal point, and they are the most important area to try and get accurate, because if anything is off, you're gonna notice. Everybody looks at the eyes of an animal in artwork and in drawings. Now you're going to take your warm gray 2 and we're going to begin the first initial layer in the fur. So we want to fill in pretty much all of the areas that you see kind of a warmer creamy tone, and pay attention to the areas that are pretty much all white. Don't add any of that there. Leave those white because we can always come back to it later and add any creams or the warm grays in that area at another time. And when you're applying this warm gray 2, you want to make sure that you do all of your strokes in the direction of the hair growth. Even though these are going to be base layers and blended out, some of the strokes still kind of end up showing sometimes, and so you definitely don't want to do your strokes in the wrong direction because that's going to hurt and go against the fur looking realistic. Now you're going to take cream and go over and add a layer of this over the top of all the lighter areas. Because even on the areas where it kind of seems like there isn't yellow, you'd be surprised to find out later once you go through and add some of the darker layers that the lighter tones are missing something. And usually that's yellow. So the cream adds a very nice light layer of yellow to the area. And of course, if you need any more yellow later, you can always go back over and add that in. Now you're going to take burnt ochre and add a little bit of this over the top and focus this in the areas that you're seeing kind of that orangey burnt color on the cat, which is around the nose and the corners of the eyes, and a little bit up into the forehead between the eyes and around the areas of where the black sections of hairs start. Okay, and so now for this layer, what we've built up is the first base layer to the fur. And this is kind of an important layer to make sure that you get the values and colors pretty accurate, because if you wanted to use a tool for trying to create fur, which would be an X-Acto knife, which we're not going to do in this tutorial, but if you were to use that, getting your base layer down and then adding your darks over that allows you the opportunity to go through and scrape off the top layer and help you create fur details. So with this first layer, what you want to do is blend it out to be as smooth as possible. You don't want any rough textures going on here. You want to make sure that this color that you've applied through these three colors that you made is blended into the paper very smoothly. So you're going to want to take a big round brush. In my case, I'm using a round watercolor brush because the watercolor brush has more flexible bristles, and so it is going to more softly blend the colored pencil rather than push it around like a harder brush will. And even though we're softening out this blending with this brush, you still want to try and blend in the direction of the fur growth. So side to side, always in the direction of the fur growth, because you don't want to add any strokes or streaks that are going to harm the effects of the fur when it's all finished. Now I'm taking a number 1 round brush to kind of blend out the areas around the eyes because I don't want to use a big brush for this just in case I end up going over some of the dark areas and blending that into the fur, which you definitely don't want to do because that's going to ruin the drawing. It literally will ruin your drawing because you'll be blending that black into the light areas and you won't be able to get it off. You will never be able to get that off enough to be able to put anything light over it. You will always see that darkened area. So you want to avoid that. So use a smaller brush to help yourself get those details. And when you're working around the very, very edges of the eye where you've got the black for the eyelids, make sure that you have enough solvent on your brush to keep that brush at a fine point. Since we just blended the entire area of the base layer for the fur, I went ahead and decided to do the whole thing all together because I wanted to make sure I got an even application for everywhere because that's kind of important when you're doing a symmetrical face. I didn't want anything to be off. So now we are left with this entire area that is wet with the solvent and it needs to dry. So you don't want to add anything over the top of it. You want to wait at least 15 minutes. So during this time, I and you are going to go through and just add in some other details or colors here and there to other areas while that dries. So I have taken my black colored pencil and I've added in just a light layer to some of the areas right underneath the eyes where it's black. And then now I am taking a white luminance to kind of touch some of the areas underneath the eye and above the eye that are going to remain white. So as I'm going through later and drawing in fur details, I want to preserve some of these whites that are there and not to cover them up with anything dark later. You can use a Faber-Castell white. You don't have to use the luminance white. I just prefer using the luminance. Now you're going to take that dark phthalo green just to kind of touch up some of the greens in the eyes. And then you're going to take the warm gray 5 and touch up some of the shadows in the eyes as well while we finish up waiting for the base layer of the fur to dry. Now you're going to take the dark Naples ochre, because if you'll notice from the reference photo, that's a little bit darker than what it currently is. So I want to add this in there and take those values down a notch to get them to where they need to be. Then you're going to take light ultramarine and add some of this in the top section of the right eye and on the highlight or the reflection that you're seeing, because in the reference photo it's quite a bright blue, but I'm not going to worry about trying to get it exactly that bright blue because it doesn't necessarily matter for it to look realistic. If you want to try and add more of a blue color in there, you can. I'm not going to because it's not really necessary. So now that that fur layer, that base fur layer has had enough time to dry, now I'm going to take a black colored pencil and start adding in some of the black areas on the fur so that we kind of know where those are, and then we can fill in the other details as we go. Usually one of the easiest ways to help yourself out and figure out where things need to go is to identify the black areas, or the areas that are like literally the darkest, and fill in those areas first, so that way you kind of have more of a map to kind of figure where everything else is in distance from everything else that you've applied. And when you're adding in these strokes for the fur, you don't have to use a super sharp pencil, because if you look at that reference photo, you'll notice that you're not seeing every pinpoint precision hair. They're kind of dull and blunted, and that's usually how photos are. The only way that you're gonna see every little hair detail is if you get even closer than what you're seeing in this photo. And we don't need to do that in order for the drawing to look realistic. So I'm not worried about having a super sharp pencil for this. My pencil is kind of moderately sharp, semi-dull. And the most important thing is just to try and draw your strokes in the correct fur length as well as the direction. So you're going to want to pay really close attention to that reference photo and figure out which and where those hairs are changing directions, because on the cat's face they kind of change directions intermittently. They're not all just straight in one direction. And even when they are kind of in one direction, one of the keys to drawing fur is to kind of stagger them a little bit. Draw one kind of slightly hanging over the other one, but in the same general direction. So you pick a corner in your paper and you say, okay, these hairs are going towards this corner or this section of the strip of the upper part of your paper or table, and you draw those hairs in that general direction, not exactly to a specific point, just in that general direction. Because for fur to look as realistic as it does, or needs to be, you need to make sure that there are variations in the hairs. One of the biggest mistakes I see other artists or aspiring artists make is that they draw the hairs like rigid, parallel to each other. They look like you took a strip of tape and attached hairs to it, evenly spaced, and then all in the same direction, almost like the hairs were strips of paper attached to the tape. And that doesn't look realistic at all. That is the biggest telltale in identifying fur that doesn't look realistic and fur that looks realistic. Fur that looks realistic, those hairs don't look the same. Each individual hair is in a slight different direction than the last one you drew. Now you're going to take a number 1 round brush to blend out some of the area that we just applied the black in on the inner corners of the eyes. So now you're going to take walnut brown. You can use Van Dyke brown if you would like to. I prefer using the walnut brown just because it's a darker tone and it saves me going through later and trying to darken things out. Because this is going to be the first dark layer of the fur. And with this particular area right up by the eyebrow, you kind of want to use a sharper point for this because you're trying to get in specific hairline details, because in this area, there are kind of specific individual hairs. In the center of the forehead between the eyes, there are not. So use a sharp point for this and go very, very lightly. If you need to go over a specific stroke again to darken it, you can always do that. But make sure you make your first initial strokes fairly light just in case you mess up. As you're working further into the fur on the cat, you'll notice that you're not seeing every little teeny sharp crisp hair, and you don't need to draw them that way unless you really wanted to. But what you're going to do is just try to make short, blunt hair strokes in the correct direction of the fur. And that is going to look as much realistic as drawing every single individual hair to a crisp shape. Because ultimately what makes a drawing or artwork come to life and look realistic is getting your values accurate. Not worrying so much about getting all the details. Yes, the details help, but it's really about making sure you get those values accurate. So for this process with this walnut brown, it really is kind of very repetitive. So I'm not going to do a whole lot of talking during this process, so that way you can concentrate on what you're doing and watching what I'm doing without me adding in a whole bunch of extra commentary, because there really isn't that much to talk about during this. I've kind of already touched bases on the direction and the length and then the thickness of it too. So with these hairs, pay attention to that reference photo, and the hairs are actually kind of thick. They're not thin. So you don't need to draw thin hairs. And if you did try to draw thin hairs and you did another section of hairs like this, that's going to throw it off. One of the things you want to try and keep throughout your entire drawing process is how you've done your hairs. You can do them in different ways, but you need to carry it through the rest of the drawing or it's going to look weird and not put together. When you're drawing the hairs in the center of the nose, right between the eyes, this is the section where the hairs are the shortest. They're really they're not quite dots, but just a little bit longer than dots. So make sure you do pay attention throughout the entire drawing how long the hairs are for that specific area. And then with each little tiny quarter-sized section that you're looking at, compare your reference photo and incorporate that into your drawing. Keep your focus into a quarter-sized area. Work in that area for those specific strokes that you're working on. In this case, it's just the walnut brown strokes. We're not worried about black. We're not worried about how dark it is. We're just trying to add the darker sections, which happen to be black as well, but your focuses should be on the dark areas and not whether it's black or brown at this point, because we can go over all of these strokes later with black. You just want to go through and try to get all of these little hair details in there so that you have them to work with later. And then if any areas are looking a little too stiff and unnatural, you can go in and add more strokes as necessary to kind of cover it up and make the repetitive patterns a little more apparent and asymmetrical. So on the two corners of the eyes, the outer corners of the eyes, you want to make sure that you get enough of this walnut brown into those areas to darken it up, because there is actually a lot of brown and red color going on in there, and you don't want to just save it all for black. You want to try and get the browns in first, because you can always go over it and add black over it. And if you are using the same paper type as I am, the colored pencil paper, it is a medium type of textured paper, and so it is going to allow you to add in a lot of layers to this anyways, and you don't need to worry about if you can't get enough of those layers in later. Okay, so now you're gonna take your black colored pencil and start trying to add in a little bit more of the black to the areas that are dark. You wanna try and get them to be as dark as you see them in the reference photo. And before you finish out all of the black areas, it's important that this is one of the reasons why you save black for last, is because you're not gonna see any of the lighter colors once you go over it with that. So if you needed to add any other colors in there, you're not gonna know exactly where they need to be if you try to finish out the black first. So try to go through with the other colors first and then save that black for last and filling in the black to the exact dimensions and areas that it needs to be. So now you're going to take Sanguine and add this into the areas that you're seeing a lot of the orangey red color. This is going to be the first layer in adding that. We'll worry about trying to get it a little bit more orange later. And this is why it's important for you to pay attention to your reference photo and not what you're seeing on the screen, because it's kind of changed the colors a bit. And even if I displayed a copy of the reference photo over the top of this video, depending on your screen and everything else, it's going to be altered and it's not going to look exactly the same. Everybody's screens kind of interfere with colors and change them a little bit. So pay attention to your reference photo with this. You're going to want to add this color to the corners of the eyes, the area on the bridge of the nose, and then up through the forehead of the cat between the eyes. So I've decided that I added a little bit too much color there in the corner of the eye. So I'm using an X-Acto knife just to kind of scrape some of that off. If you have an X-Acto knife and you make some mistakes, you can kind of scrape off the top layer that you added and then go back over it with whatever you needed to add before. Just bear in mind that if you used any darker colors down first and blended those into the paper, that the X-Acto knife is not going to scrape those off. The X-Acto knife is only going to scrape off the top layers that haven't been blended into the paper. Now I am taking my walnut brown and just adding in a little bit more hair stroke details to the lighter areas of the eyebrows. And I'm using a very, very light hand with doing this because if I make any mistakes, I can go over it with an eraser and take some of that off. Now you're going to take burnt ochre and add some of this burnt ochre color. It's really kind of a burnt orange. You're going to add some of this color into the fur of the cat, and you're going to focus to the areas on the cheeks and especially on the bridge of the nose and between the forehead and the transition between the lighter areas around the eyes to the darker hairs going up the forehead. And I'm using a very blunt pencil for this because I don't need to get hair strokes. It's about color at this point. Just make sure that you're making all of your strokes in the correct direction of the hair growth. Now you're going to take light ultramarine and add this into the apex of the eyes, the little inner corners where there's kind of a lighter blue color. Then you're going to take black and go over and finish this area out for the darks and focus this black. Don't just kind of fill in the area. Try to make hair strokes, because even if you don't really think about it, depending on how well you fill this area in and make it dark enough, you may see some of your strokes. So you always want to make sure you always with fur, always make your strokes regardless of how dark or light it is, because you just never know how the drawing is going to go if you decide to leave that area the way you made it, or you come back through and darken it or change it. If those strokes happen to show through, they need to be there for it to look realistic. You can't get away with making strokes in odd directions. It always needs to be in the direction of the hair growth. And in the corner of these eyes, they're really short hairs. So on the edges especially, you want to make sure that you're making strokes that aren't super long. The strokes need to be short. Now we're going to carry this black through the rest of the cat and fill in all of the areas that need to be dark and get these values to be exactly how they need to be for the drawing to look relatively complete. There's still always a finishing process where you go kind of back through and add in other little details or tweak things. But for the most part, right now what we're focusing on is the last layer to this drawing, which is filling in this black. When you're drawing your strokes with this black, it's important that some of the areas you're going to want to pay attention to that reference photo and notice the strokes that need to be a little more precise and thinner instead of thick, because there is a variation between thin and thick strokes of this fur. So you want to make sure that you incorporate that. And trying to get exact placement of this black for the hair doesn't matter too much. As I've said before, you can get away with making all kinds of mistakes and all kinds of little changes and things when you go through the drawing process with fur, because as long as you get your values right, it's going to look realistic. Any little variations, it's just going to look like the cat's fur changed from what it was in the reference photo, that you added maybe some black hairs in another area where there weren't in the reference photo, and that's going to look okay. But as I said with the eyes, if you mess up in those areas and add anything that shouldn't be there, it's definitely going to hurt your drawing and not make it look realistic. So now I have realized that some of the areas on the start of the eyebrow of this cat are a little bit darker than what they're showing up on the drawing. So I'm taking my warm gray 2 to kind of add that in there and darken it up a little bit. And the warm gray doesn't necessarily match the color that you're seeing in the reference photo exactly, but it's close enough. You can always go back over that with a light layer of walnut brown and a little bit of that burnt ochre to kind of add a little bit more of that orangey color that's going on. But I just went with the warm gray 2 because it was just a faster option, and really colors don't matter so much in it looking realistic. The warm gray is enough of a tonal value to get it down to where it needs to be to work with the drawing and make it look more realistic, instead of those eyebrow hairs all being stark white. All right, so with this area around the nose and the apexes of the eyes, there's a lot more red going on than what is currently in the drawing. And I'm going to take deep scarlet red and add a really light layer of this over the top. Don't add too much because this red is going to really show through as red instead of orange. I didn't want to have to grab oranges and try to use that because in the end it still would have needed a red layer. So I just went ahead and grabbed the scarlet red to add that in over it because it doesn't have to be exact on color, as I've said before, but I want to make sure I incorporate some of this orangey red color in here to get it to be kind of more interesting or accurate. I'm taking that warm gray 2 again, just to kind of touch up on some of the shadowy cream details. Make sure that the values are accurate. I don't want everything to be stark white. The areas that are supposed to be specifically really white, I want to leave those. But anything else, I want to make sure it's the correct tonal value, or that's going to not help it look realistic when I finish this drawing in a couple of minutes. And even what I want to mention, what you're seeing on screen here with my lights and everything, I have my lights set up so that you can see what I'm doing and that my shadow of my pencil and my hand isn't interfering with you being able to see what's going on, where I'm applying what, and kind of the techniques and what I'm doing. So this does kind of interfere with the overall contrast and values of the drawing. So what you're seeing is kind of like a lighter version of what's really there. And then of course I've mentioned before that with the tablet, what you're seeing is a darker, kind of more contrasted, saturated picture than what's really there. So it's really kind of opposites between what's going on. So I just wanted to mention that, and to know, for you to know that these blacks that I have down with the black colored pencil are actually like as dark as you can get them. I've gone over the black areas, the black hairs and everything are as dark as they need to be for what I was seeing in person. It's just with the lights that it kind of looks like I could go darker, but I don't need to because they really are dark enough. So now what I'm doing is touching up some finishing highlights. And I'm adding some of this white into the hair details to try and create some white hairs so that it kind of helps it look a little more realistic. Just some finishing touches. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but I like to do it because it's fairly quick And you don't have to have a super sharp pencil for this either, although it does help for some of the hairs over on the right side, which are kind of a little bit more precise. But other than that, it doesn't have to be perfect because most of the hairs on this cat aren't so tiny and thin. And you can use a Faber-Castell white if you have one. It's just not going to show up over any dark areas very well. And I'm not drawing over dark areas very much anyways because I've kind of left the areas white that needed to be white. Okay, and now we have completed this drawing of these cat's eyes, which are really fantastic, by the way. And I just want to thank you for being a member of my Patreon community, supporting me as an artist to create more awesome learning content for you.